Good morning. Good morning, YouTubers. YouTubers. It is Bagger Don at stockmarketcaddy.com. It is Monday, May 6th at about 9 a.m. And we've been working overnight, working hard. Money never sleeps. Let's take a look. You had a chance last night to get a glimpse of what we were doing. And at midnight, we had to turn down. So overnight, we have pocketed $420, 420. Elon Musk like that number, 420.20. And completely automated. And we're going to stay automated as long as we can here. And Monday mornings are always a little apprehensive. Got a lot of money heading out, a lot of money headed in. It'll be rocking and rolling at about 9:30 or so. But we're going to let the program do its thing. It's not super fast. It isn't. And but hopefully it'll get us through the volatility of the morning hours on a Monday. Remember, there are 24 possible trading days in a month. 24. Like to break things down. Let's assume you take Fridays off. Now you're down to 20. $400 a day, $100 a day is an extra 2,000 a month. 200 is 4,000. $400 a day, $400 is 8,000. We did that overnight. Maybe we go sit by the pool. No, we're not going to sit by the pool, but we could. We're here. Be sure to visit the website. Send us your questions. We're ready when you are. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. StockMarketCaddy.com. It is Monday, May 6th at about 9:21. Market's about to open up shortly. If you have any questions or if you haven't visited our website, be sure to visit the website. If you have any questions, you want to put them in the chat function, you want to email us, you want to call us 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. any day. Happy to discuss what you've been doing, what we're doing, what you might do differently. We are the first ones to say that if you are getting it done with whatever it is you're doing, just keep doing it. Just keep repeating it, rinse and repeat. But if you're not, what they say about the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and over again and expecting a different result. Might be an issue there. So we're happy to work with you. Monthly members, it's $100 a month. And you get a video view of all of the markets, and you get a lot of these signals on a daily basis for daily swing traders, for timing the market for your retirement accounts and so forth. If you are a swing trader or an investor, you really don't even want to be watching the market intraday. You're wasting your time. It really is a waste of time if you do that. Intraday trading is for the persons, and they're going to be few in number, that want to trade as a business. They want to extract cash flow from the money flow. We do it technically. We do it algorithmically. We don't have time to assess inflation, deflation. By the way, have you seen the interview of Jared Bernstein? He is the White House Chief Economic Policy Advisor. Please pull it up. Jared Bernstein on inflation. They asked him a simple question. And that question was, if the government, he was talking about how and why, which is true, that the US government can never default. It can't. Why? They can print money. That's true. And he said that, and he's exactly right. But then the person very adroitly asked, if the government can print money and we can never default, why does the US government borrow money? Why do they create bonds and sell bonds? Why do we borrow? See the interview. It's shocking. It is scary. Now, I don't think he's that dumb. I think he could be that dumb, but I think he thought he had been caught and he didn't want to admit the truth to his Marxist buddies on the same council. The government cannot continue to print money or print money solely because of inflation. The Ponzi game will be over if they were to do that. We will have raging inflation. We have raging inflation now, but it would be on steroids. Prices would be adjusted at storefronts by the hour. It would be so volatile. He just couldn't bring himself to admit it, or he didn't know. Either case, not good. If you want to trust your IRA investments, your futures, to these boobs, and you know they're boobs, because look at everything else they touch. Not me, not Susan. I said this, we've been doing this, by the way, for a long time. I'm kind of dating myself, but Susie and I had IRA accounts before we had our furniture. We did. We had two things. We had a dinette set and we had a bedroom set. And we didn't have any place to sit and we didn't have a TV. And I was opening up an IRA account. Susan's like, Donnie, what in the world are we doing? I said, Susie, I don't know what we're going to accumulate. I don't know what life is going to hold, We're going to have a great life. We're going to have a fun life, but we're going to be independent. We are going to be beholden to no one. No one. That was a long time ago. And I understand about candles and the PE ratios and the economic cycles and the inflation and deflation and the crash. I was around for the crash of 87. Yep, I'm that old. Imagine that the market went down 22% in a day. In a day. Now that can't happen today because of curbs. They'll close the market, but it could go down, 10% a day for, 5 days in a row. They could close the market, so there's no, different this time. Was around for, I think, the Thai baht crash. Well, there was a crash in 94. There was the Thai baht crash in 97. There was the dot-com crash. This is the greatest game alive. During the COVID, they shut down everything. They shut down restaurants. They shut down gyms. They shut down churches. They didn't shut down the bars. No, they didn't do that. And they didn't shut down the markets. Nope, they're not going to do that because they're in here too. The Pelosi's, the Chris Dodds, the Barney Franks, their wealth is wrapped up in this Ponzi game too. Now, I don't know where the market's going to be this afternoon. I don't know where it's going to be on Friday or 2 months from now or 6 months from now. And I get a hoot. I hope you get a hoot from the guy who comes on CNBC and he says, Judge, he calls him Judge, Wapner there, the S&P, he's got his big black glasses on. The S&P is going to be at 6,500 come December 31st, Judge Wapner. This one is 6,500. Of course, Judge, I can't tell you where the market's going to be tomorrow. That's a fool's errand, but I can tell you where it's going to be at the end of the year. Oh, okay. Please, please, for the love of Pete, just consider this. If you buy a call option and want to place a bet on where the market's going to be for tomorrow, you can do that. And if you want to place a call option for where the S&P is going to be on December 31st, you can do that too. Which one do you think is going to cost more money? The one for tomorrow or the one for December 31st? Obviously, the one for December 31st. The reason for that is you have more time, more risk, and a whole lot can go on. Of course, that son of a bitch, if we go down 50%, or 40% or 80%, he's going to be nowhere to be found. And that little news clip that they were selling soap with when they were doing their show, commercials, will be nowhere around. And your IRA account will be getting smoked. It's nonsense. We track the money flow. The money flow. Not interested in the narratives. If you're buying something on a narrative, explain to me when you're going to sell. What's the narrative in that case? And if you're never going to sell, well, yeah, I guess you're never going to sell. I don't know how you extract cash flow. Any case, I digress. On a Monday morning. And yes, the robot is on. And if it presents a trade, you'll see the trade pop up. It won't come from me. Remember, 24 trading days in a month. Take Fridays off. Good day to take off. I was reminded this past Friday. Take Fridays off. That leaves you 20. We got all day. We got all week. $100 a day is $2,000 a month. 200, 4,000. $400. $400. We could stop. We could take the rest of the day off and go swimming with Abby and Teddy in the pool. 400 would be 8,000 a month. One market. The trades that go in on the NQ today, how much original margin are we using? $1,900. $1,900. That's why we don't talk about percentages. We can talk about something called profit factor. But if you have any questions, let me know. And whatever the market decides to do, run up, run down. Swing machine is going to show us. It is not foolproof, though. It isn't an ATM. Feels that way many times, seems that way many times, but it helps us stay on the right side of the market. It's a very sophisticated algorithm. It does not use moving averages. It does not use stochastics, MACDs, RSI, or any of that crap. We've been using this for 15, 20 years now. It has over 600 lines of code. It's one of 70 programs. This isn't our only program. It's one of 70. You see, I come at this very humbly. I am not the smartest guy in the room. In fact, I will arm wrestle you for the right to be the most ignorant. I'm not dumb, but I want to be the most ignorant person in this market. Why? I don't have a need to be right. I don't need to prove anything to anyone. I don't need that affirmation. Like a shortstop. I need to be able to move left or right. The very moment you start shaving, a little bit to right field, a little bit to left field, that's when the guy's going to hit one right between you and get on base. We don't want to do that. We want to have zero negative outliers. And we use machinery. We use algorithms. We use all kinds of tools, trailing stops, profit targets, time stops, price charts, multiple exits. We may come in on just one aspect and then come out on multiple aspects. Because with all of our testing, what it does show, it isn't so much the wins as it is the losses. The losses must be relatively small because we will have losses. Any case, we're going to let you watch. I'm here. And kind of typical Monday morning, gyrations here. But if you're coming into your office and you have the TV on and CNBC and your hand is form-fitted on the mouse and you're going from chart to chart to chart and you're looking at the 2 moving average over the 8 moving average and the stochastics doing this and the MACD's doing that, and I think I'm going to do this, and you put on a trade. Oh, crap. Oh, man, I'm down $500. Oh, crap. Now I'm down 1,500. Oh, and you're doing all of that. Good luck. That's all I can say. Stop. It's not going to work. It isn't. It's just not going to work. We know. Been there, done that 20 years ago. There isn't nobody. I'm online. I see the YouTube videos. I see the crap that's on Twitter. I see it. They're all doing the same thing, more or less. We don't do any of it. None of it. I'm not even showing you a chart. I'm just chatting with you. We're going to get in and get out of here. Let's take a look at Swing Machine. Let's just highlight a couple of things. Let's go to the 5-minute. 5-minute VIX. The 5-minute VIX is short at 11:05 on the 5th. That's Friday. Or actually, let's see here. Yeah, it's registering on the 5th at, let's see, that would have been, last night at 11:05. Sorry, not Friday. I had to think about it for a moment. The ES, 215 this morning, 215 long. NQ, 220. What kind of crap is that? I was sleeping. Yeah. See, they only let you get access to your money between 9:30 and 4. And then they screw you to the wall, excuse the French, in aftermarket hours. The market gaps up, gaps down. They don't leave their money exposed. Do you know the futures markets, many times they're open on Labor Day, they're open on Thanksgiving, they're open on New Year's. you know, because they don't want their bread exposed. This is where they hedge themselves. Here's the Russell trying to get short right now. Here is the Dow. These trades were at 205. Here's oil short at 820. This is gold. So we don't have a whole lot going on. Here's Bitcoin. Bitcoin had a huge run up on a 5 minute. Now this is an enormous contract, by the way. It's five Bitcoins futures contracts. You can trade a micro. The last long signal was up about 18 grand. It's huge. It's a huge block of money you need to have to trade that. But you can trade it with a micro. And if you want to hodl, and we have members that are hodling Bitcoin and Ethereum, we absolutely do, but they hedge it. And trust me, the whales that have Bitcoin, they do hedge. They just don't tell you because they don't want to be bothered. They don't even want you thinking about selling. Same thing, Warren Buffett. He always talks about he never sells. Technically, he probably doesn't that much. But what does he do? He goes into the derivative market and he sells covered calls against his positions, thereby lowering his cost basis and lowering his risk. Does he bother to tell you that? No. He just doesn't want to be bothered. And your brokers at Edward Jones and Sons, they don't want to be bothered. They don't, they got hundreds of clients. You think they want to call somebody up on the phone and try to explain to them that we're going to put a covered call on AMD or some dang thing? You know, you know, I couldn't have time for it. I don't have enough hours in the day to do that kind of nonsense. You have to do it yourself. You have to work your own kitty. Now, I'm not a financial planner, right? I'm not a financial planner. We're not making specific recommendations to buy or sell. We're not. And I'm not saying that everyone should do this. I'm not making any claims. But you know, um, when you are looking at your financial plan, let me see if I can open something up here real quick. Let me draw something out for you. And this was drawn out for me as a young person many years ago. When you have a financial plan, it's true, down in here, you want to do what? You want to marry right. You want to know where you live. You want to have insurance. You want to have your education. Those are all the things that go in here. In here, this level, you do want to have good investments. Because if you're just holding cash, you will lose. You will lose. I mean, as fast as you're accumulating the cash, the government is spending it and eroding your wealth. If you haven't figured that out, I mean, that's what they've been doing. They've been doing it for the last 100 years. They don't teach you that in the government-run schools. So you do need to acquire some assets. In here, you want to probably further your education, but you also might want to. So here you have your home and your family and your insurance and your education and your career. And here you have your investments. In here, you might have a second business. You might have a dry cleaning store. You might have, I don't know, a Dairy Queen on the corner or an investment with two or three other people. And you have an investment that's throwing off cash flow. In here, you might want to try trading. You might trading to create cash flow. And then as you get up into here, you might want to have some precious metals. And up in here, yes, if you want to dabble with crypto. But you do not want to turn this around. You do not want to forget and say, you know what? That guy's so full of shit that none of that matters. I'm going to put everything I got in crypto. I don't think so, folks. Or I'm going to start trading tomorrow and I'm going to quit my job and I'm going to be a full-time trader. It doesn't work that way. And you will have your life upside down if you don't understand, there's an education, there's a process here. So, we fit in here. The other issue, if you haven't thought about it, why are we doing this? I have these conversations with folks. Why do we trade? Right? We trade, yes, to make money. Certainly, right? This is very basic stuff, right? Yeah, I want to make money. It's obvious. Have you ever thought about what wealth is? What is wealth? And I'm going to go here. You know what? I didn't even know I was going here. Sometimes it's kind of a beautiful thing. Let me put it in here. Wealth. What is it? Have you ever thought about it? Is it a number? And where's my question mark? Is it a million? Is it 2 million? Is it 5 million? Is it 20 million? What is it? What is it? What is it? When you can create cash flow that is greater than your monthly expenses, when you can create cash flow that is greater than your monthly expenses, and I would add, repeatedly, dependent on no one, dependent on no one, you're pretty damn wealthy, guys. Now, you don't have to do it trading. You can do it any number of ways. But cash flow, when you exceed your monthly expenses and you can do it repeatedly and you're dependent on no one, you don't have to be chasing a number. If you are chasing a number, when I get my trading account to 50,000 or 100,000, honey, boy, then I'm going to really come in and I'm going to take that 100,000 and I'm going to pour it into Ethereum, or I'm going to pour it into God knows what. And then we're going to hit the big one and we're going to have the yacht. Good luck. I hope it works out. It does work out for some, a few, a very tiny few. But this works out for many that understand this. Now, they're not going to teach you this at those Ivy League madrasas of the left, at those universities. What a waste of time that is, and a waste of money. It ain't going to happen. And thank God, we need those people. We need them. But this is why we trade. We're creating cash flow. It exceeds our monthly expenses. We can do it repeatedly, and I'm dependent on no one. I don't have to hire anyone. I don't have, all the stuff, and I don't. Thank God, no more conference calls, right? Jesus. And I joke about it. I had a guy one time, he used to hold conference calls on conference calls. Holy smokes. Drive you nuts. It's why we do what we do. It isn't, it isn't, it isn't for everyone. It isn't. I mean, and I joke about it, right? Make a YouTube video about it. We had, 250,000 people. Bag is in a little ornery mood here on a Monday morning. Getting started. Oh my goodness. 250,000 people in the square of Detroit. To do what? To watch the NFL draft. Oh my God. You know what? If that's your thing, God love you. And you know what? And no problem. Have a blast. And on top of it, though, we had thousands of people gathering in the stadiums around the country, painting their faces blue in Dallas and God knows what in New England, and watching the draft from there. Of course, they're drunk as a skunk. And I don't drink. I don't smoke weed. No. Why would I do that? If I had to watch that, if that was the extent of my enjoyment, was, looking forward to the NFL football season, shoot me. I can't wait for the markets to open each week. Absolutely love it. Why wouldn't you? 1,200 bucks, 1,600 bucks. And you're like, why didn't you automate that? I could have. And we can automate this, but I'm doing something a little different, right? So, anywho, we appreciate the likes, we appreciate the retweets. The more people that stop by, the more apt we're able to do this. We just we've had Swing Machine for years. We know we're not going to have hundreds of thousands of followers. We don't expect that. That wouldn't, work. We have unlimited number of monthly memberships, but a limited number of annual licenses that we issue every year. That's why we can only grow so fast. For the last 2 years, we had to close the annual memberships right around the end of October, November until the next year, because it just gets to be we just can't grow too fast. It's just us, and we do trade. So, but if you have any questions, if you want me, and I love doing this, absolutely love it. Somebody says, well, kind of, we do obviously get some nasty grams, right, from people. So there's always those people out there, and that's fine. But if you want me to plug in a market or a stock on Swing Machine, on any interval you want, and then we can look at it at a number, I am happy to do it. I'll do it right here, right now. You're on about a 50, 60-second delay, but if it's a daily signal, it isn't going to impact things that much, and I'm happy to do it. And we'll give Swing Machine an acid test and let it compare and contrast to maybe what you've done. Now, if you're an options trader, and we are, I mean, you can do some beautiful things with options here off of these tools. So I'm happy to show you. I'm not going to talk all morning, but we'll let you watch. We're waiting on the next bus, the next tea time. And it is whatever. It is just, it's a great game. But Madison Avenue and Wall Street, they're one and the same. They are the originators of fake news. I mean, they're masters at accumulating assets and separating you from your money. I'm sorry, folks, they don't give a shit about you, me, your retirement, anything else. They don't care. Could care less. And you know that in your heart of hearts. And we're not here. I'm not gathering your assets. Nope. I'm not going to manage your money. I'm not going to make the trades for you. Nope. Nope. I'm going to share with you our perspective. I'm going to share with you our education. I'm going to make available the 70 and growing tools that we use. And you can learn to trade your own game, or you can choose not to. And we have members that are, and we have members that are absolute. I had somebody write to me, why the hell, what a scam. Why the hell would you do this if you could do it, and why would you teach anybody else? Folks, their success does not take away from Susan and I. This is not a zero-sum game. We're not saying that we found the Bible code or the Holy Grail. Trading is a skill set. It is a skill set. And when someone comes in and turns $5,000 into $20,000 in a futures market, and then having learned what they learned, start trading some of these tools in Ethereum and make life, not trade life, but life-changing wealth, which happened. His name is Logan. It didn't impact me. It didn't take anything away from me. In fact, I learned. Logan is one of our biggest successes, and at the same time, one of my biggest failures, because I didn't do it. I didn't do it. Maybe I should have. I probably should have, but I didn't. And that's okay. But we have members here that trade one mini contract. That's pretty much what I'm trading. very controlled. Could I trade more? Yes. We have folks that are trading one micro contract, which is 1/10 the size. We have folks that are trading dozens of mini contracts. They're in a different place. Like, Don, I can't trade one or two mini contracts and be up just $2,000 since 2:20 in the morning. That's not enough for me to even pay attention to, Don. Okay. So these are the biggest, deepest markets in the world. I'm in Tampa, Florida. You are where you are. Do you know there's some dude and he's in one of those big yachts off of Monte Carlo and all his trophy girlfriends, they're all bouncing around the boat and they're diving in, and where is he? He's down in the bowels of that ship and he's got a bank of screens and he's trading NASDAQ futures with us. The fool. You're trading with them. You're trading with people in Tokyo. You're trading with people in London, Chicago, New York, San Francisco. Maybe not in San Francisco. I don't know what those guys are doing out there, but maybe all around the world. All you have to do you have the patience? Do you have the discipline? We cannot control the market, but we can get control of what we do. And you can go through life. You know, there are things in life that we cannot control, but there are things in life that we can. And I choose to, as best I can, to be in control of the situation, going full circle all the way back to when Susie and I started. We met each other. Susie was an older lady. I don't know if I told you that. I was 17. Susie was 30. No, she was 18. Yeah, she'd shoot me. I was 17. She was 18 in college. And then we got started in Miami and I said, we're not going to be beholden to anyone. Not no one. Now there were some times, when starting out with it, we had bosses and travels and all of that stuff. But I'll be damned if I was going to let them take that away. Don't let anyone do that to you for the love of Pete. God, don't. And they will. They will. There'll be no ways around these stories, um, I, kind of dating myself, but there were people. If you think the people who own Bitcoin, and maybe Bitcoin's going to be 1 million a coin, I'm not saying it isn't, and I'm not saying you can't make money with a bubble, but if you think the people who own Bitcoin are rabid, or Ethereum, or Nvidia, or AMD, or God knows what, Microsoft, and they're rabid believers, they're believers in it. Before them, they were believers in, the most notorious one that comes to mind, in the .com was America Online. Those people were, oh my God, AOL. Remember that thing? You dial up. Those people who bought AOL or believed in AOL, they wouldn't sell it for nothing. They were heartless. They were, you only live once. They put it all on AOL. And they were, some of them got to keep it, hopefully, but many of them didn't. Wrote it right into the ground. JDS Uniphase, Global Crossing. Oh God, there was another one, WorldCom. How about Lucent Technologies? Lucent, you guys may be too young to remember this. Lucent was the most owned. It was a spinoff, I think, from AT&T. It was the most owned, and I owned a bunch of it. Dumped it, but didn't get all of it, but we dumped. It was the first crack too, by the way, but it was the most owned company in the country. Lucent, symbol was LU. They had trucks going up and down the street all the time, and they were into the telecommunications, and they had commercials, and boom, out of business, gone, disappeared. So can it happen? I mean, could Facebook face plant? I mean, these guys, at least Lucent was like a real company doing real work, right? I mean, is it possible? It's happened before. I'm not saying it's going to. Nobody can say that. But what are you going to do if it does? From another one, 1966 to I think it was 1981. I think it's about 16 years or so. That time frame, you can Google this. The S&P market went sideways for 16 years. 16 years. Never made a new high. Just went sideways. So, I mean, if you were 20 years out and you invested in the S&P and you didn't do squat. You did nothing. The only people who made money were the traders. They always make money because they buy and sell and buy. They extract cash flow. And then I don't care what you do with the cash, do something with the cash. Because if you do just sit on your cash, you're going to have a ton of it because the government is eroding it. Do you know that again, I digress here. I'm kind of all over the map here, but kind of the same theme. And the theme is learn to trade your own game, take control of your own situation, take control. And you may at the moment be very young and you may be working for someone else. That's fine. But you can do other stuff, beyond painting your face and going to football games and spending all your time doing that. Work, work at it. Go to these buildings in your small town. They got these buildings in the small town, and you go in there and it's real quiet. They're real quiet buildings. And they got these bookshelves in there, and they got these things on these shelves called books. Go into the library and read. Get books. And I'm guilty of it. Susan, oh my goodness. I go to that library 2 or 3 times a week just to get her books. The girl reads like crazy. I wish, I could keep up. So, because there are other people who have been down this journey before, right? I'm reading all the time, listening all the time. I do like the podcast because I can kind of maximize my time. I like audiobooks. It's amazing what you can learn from other people that are willing to share. They'll tell you. But I started to go someplace. I was going down the path and I lost my train of thought. Easy to do. Um, it'll come back to me. But I at the beginning of the week, I'm always fired up. Okay, I can't wait to get going. It's great. By the end of the week, I'm tired. Tired. It's like, okay, gotta go out and do some gardening and stuff. Go take a break. Um, I'll think of it. I was going someplace with that thought. Forget what I was saying. But all those companies, they'll disagree today. They'll look back on the .com and can't even explain why that happened. I'm hard pressed to explain to you why it happened. I think '08 was a planned hit. I think that was, building number 7. I think that was so choreographed, it was ridiculous. And there's another one. There's another one out there, and they know when it's coming, and they'll do it. And there'll be another lost generation. And young people today, maybe it was your parents that got hurt with some of those things, or grandparents. I mean, there was some real pain inflicted on that. Oh, I know where it's going. Rule of 72. Rule of 70. Do you know what the rule of 72 is? If you take the interest rate of today, let's say the interest rate is 10%, which it isn't, and you divide 72 by 10%, 7.2. So the rule of 72 is if you get a 10% return, think about this. If you get a 10% return and you got $100,000 in 7.2 years, you'll double your money. Huh? Beautiful thing. So today, if you have $100,000 and you put your money into 2-year treasuries yielding 5%, which you can get, you divide 72 by 5% and you'll double your money. Beautiful, right? So whatever that is, what 5 into, a bunch of years. But there's another side to that rule of 72. Let's say you're retired and you retired at 40. You got rich once and you got $1 million. Whew, wow, right? $1 million. And the inflation rate, and you're sitting in cash. I'm not going to trade. I'm not going to speculate. I'm not going to invest. I'm not going to get re-educated. I'm not going to get a business. I'm just going to sit on my ass on the beach and drink pina coladas and have a great time. Because I got $1 million. Because $1 million is $1 million. And the inflation rate is 10%. In 7.2 years, your $1 million, and let's say that it's throwing off, cash flow, but it's still going to be $1 million. It'll only buy $500,000 worth of goods in 7.2 years. Your wealth is cut in half, right? That is the magic of inflation. It is the magic of how the government steals your wealth. It is a hidden tax. They don't come to you and say, do you want to pay for the Ukraine war? And if you do, we're going to increase your taxes so much. How many people would do that? So they don't do it that way. They don't bother asking you. They just go and they print more money and they just give it to them or whomever or themselves. And when they do that, they create inflation and they're reducing. So the harder you pedal, the harder you strive, the harder you try to save these things dollars, they're just devaluing the shit out of you. You're a little mouse and a hamster. So, they're stealing your wealth, folks. And that's why, see, we're not really interested in how high an asset goes as a trader. If you're an investor, yes, you need that asset to go up and keep going up and going up and going up, because presumably there's going to be some mechanism. Either you sell it or you sell derivatives against it or something, but somehow, some way you want to be able to extract cash flow, unless you plan on holding it to, think risk go to zero. But you're invested in the game, in the scheme, and you need it going up and up and up. And if they can keep it going up and up and up, and they can have inflation of assets, you'll keep working and throwing your money in there. We're not doing that, right? We will do it at various times when the markets are really low. But what we're doing is we're trading the cash flow and we're trading the money flow and extracting the cash flow. And then we take these things called dollars and we deploy them in other stuff, in us. That's why we do what we do. I'm not saying that you should do it, but somewheres in that pyramid of wealth creation, you might consider it. That's all. And do you know the book? I haven't even read the guy's book, but I've heard him interviewed. He sounds pretty. I kind of like him, but I heard his wife, the guy who wrote Rich Dad Poor Dad, the guy Kiyosaki. I happened to be listening one night, and it was his wife doing a podcast. I'd never read his book. and I was never really into real estate, which probably should have been, right? Um, that certainly is most certainly, probably most of the wealth in this country has been created in and around real estate. So, I mean, we have real estate, but I never invested or traded real estate as a business. I think it's a great business. I do. Um, any business, but certainly real estate. So he's got that book, Rich Dad Poor Dad. But I damn near fell out of my chair. I was listening to her being interviewed. She was just like, I'm like, well, I wonder what her perspective, I wonder what her all about. And long story short, she tells a story about how the two of them met, and and they were both in real estate. And he is the one. I borrowed it. I stole it. That he explained to her what wealth was. He said to her, when our cash flow can exceed our expenses, we will be wealthy. And they were living in Hawaii. He goes, we'll be living all over the world. And I thought about him like, she's right. He's right. He's dead right. Do you know that before his book or before Rich Dad, Poor Dad, now, that's trademarked and it's a business and, he's got the book and all that. But the name of his company was not Rich Dad, Poor Dad. The name of his business was Cash Flow. Cash Flow. And he had a consultant. His wife told the story in Australia, come to them and said, you really shouldn't name it that because it's a bad name because people think cash flow and they immediately think cash flow flowing out and they don't understand that. So you got to call it something else. And they thought about it and they ultimately did, but they still have that name of the business and they have a board game called Cash Flow. Just a little side note. But that concept that I just showed about wealth, cash flow exceeding your monthly expenses, very simple. I stole it from him. We had always been talking about it. I explained it to Susie that way years ago, just never really, I just thought everybody thought about it in those terms. That's why we use profit factor. We don't track the percentage return, right? If you look at ESM, this is a futures contract. At 2:15 in the morning, well, I'll tell you what, let's look here. Yeah, these are all in the morning. Let's look at this one, the Russell. It went off at 9:35. The signal was at 2067.20. And if you bought it here and you're trading here, yes, you are up 0.36% from the signal. But you're up $380. $380. How much money did you need to have in your account to place that trade? Approximately, don't hold me to this, but I think it's approximately, I'm going to say about $1,700. $1,700. So if you had a $380 profit and you use $1,700, what is your percent return on that? It's the beauty of the leverage. So this percent return is the percent return. We didn't always have this here between the signal price and the real price, but it isn't the percent return. The reason why I didn't pick the 220 is at 220 in the morning, the amount of money you had to have in your account to place this trade would have been about 19,000. So even then, 19,000, and you're up 1,900, it's a 10% return. However, though, at 9 a.m., the brokerages, TradeStation, others, they reduce the required margin. And you only have to have at this hour, at 10:10, $1,900, so that's why. But this percent return is the percent return between the entry price and where, the signal price and where it's trading at. But but we don't use percent return to calculate our performance. And the reason why we don't is this. I like to play golf. And if you're a golfer, you'll meet a lot of different people. And I don't talk about the markets. I don't talk about money. I don't care to talk about business when I'm on the golf course. I just want to enjoy the day and play golf. In fact, I don't talk about any of this in public. I don't. Um, I just choose not to because I don't want to hear, you know, I don't want to hear the amateur hour. But if you've been on a golf course, you'll hear somebody come up and they'll say, about 2 or 3 rounds in, they want to tell you how much money they have. And they want to tell you about that you know, boutique broker. Or they're a friend of a friend, and but this guy's got a boutique broker, and if you play your cards right during this, you kiss his ass and suck up to him over this round of golf, he might give you the phone number to this boutique broker because this boutique broker has been getting him 10% last year, 10% or 15%. The problem with the percent return, it might work for Warren Buffett. It might work, for them if they got billions of dollars, but 10% return or whatever the percent return is on what? On what? On $100,000. So the person made 10% on 100,000, 10% on 1 million. Okay, made 100,000. Okay. But 10% return doesn't tell me on what. And then if somebody says, an options contract, I made 50% on my contract. Oh, okay. Doesn't tell you anything. Um, the other person will tell you, that they'll want to tell you. The other one is, I follow this guy from, he's a hockey captain from Yale, and he's got this service, and you subscribe to him, and he's got a winning percentage of 90%. 90%. It's a sure thing. 90. I mean, how can you lose money if you're winning 90%? Well, the way you lose money on 90% is you make $1,000, $1,000, $1,000 9 times in a row. And then on the 10th trade, you lose 30 grand. That's how you lose money. They call it eating like a bird, shitting like an elephant. And if you push your stop loss up to something outrageous, you can get a winning percentage of 90%. So winning percentage doesn't, so percent return is not important to us. Winning percentage isn't important to us. Makes it feels good, but it's not, it's kind of like peeing in bed. It feels good at first and then it doesn't feel so good. So that's no good. And if you're keeping score just on the money day in and day out, then you may not recognize that you're trading greed and fear, and you will lose. They bank on it. You will lose. Your emotions will overtake you. So how do you keep score? Well, let me go look. We've been trading since midnight. We haven't had that many trades, but let me pull this up, and I'm going to give you a number, and it's called profit factor. Okay, so since midnight, we're up that amount of money. My profit factor is 2.13. 2.13. Now, you want to know the winning. There was only 2 trades, and we won like 50%, but the profit factor is 2.13. When you take your gross profit, think about this. Maybe you own a Subway store or a dry cleaners or a drugstore or some business. If you take your gross profit on a monthly basis and divide it by your gross loss, that'll give you a profit factor. If you have a profit factor of 1, you're in business, but you're just breaking even. If it's below 1, you're losing money and you're going to be out of business real soon because you got no cash flow. If you are making if it's 1 to 2, you're making money, but you're working really, really hard. You're putting shingles on a roof. 2 to 3, we consider that average. Above 3, you become a money-making machine. It's repeatable. Now, a profit factor for us of 2, even a profit factor of 1.3 for us, especially when the machine is just fine. If I was the one making the decision, 1.3 would be pretty narrow. Profit factor. So the next time you run into somebody at the golf course or you subscribe to somebody, don't ask them what their profit factor is, because the truth of the matter is, unless if they're managing your money and you're going to give them money to manage, then maybe you should ask them, right? But if they're not going to be managing your money, you're going to be doing it yourself. You might ask them, you just might ask them, as I have asked them, do you know what profit factor is? And if they say no, they don't even know what it is, then run, then run, because you're gonna get hurt. We're gonna have you, hopefully, when you roll into the Q school. You can't do it for the monthly members because we can describe it, but um, but we do it for the Q school members. We have them tracking their profit factor right from the giddy up. And when you can get away from the money then just becomes a byproduct. Make sense? All right. I've been beating my gut, Mike. There we go. We got an order. Thank goodness. All right. So we got to trade in the machine, put that in, and we'll chair it on. And like we're at the Kentucky Derby. No, we're not going to do that. By the way, if you're watching this position up here and you're comparing it to this one down here, this one is updating tick for tick. This position window updates every few seconds. So it's a setting, and we could have it updating tick for tick. I probably should do that. But this one down here is the one that, so you can sometimes see a little, even in your eye, you can see a little discrepancy. Now, could I go up there and capture the $70? Yes, I could. But the program that I'm running is telling me that over the last 2 weeks, the average winning trade is $1,100, $1,200. So I'm not going to take it off for. That's what it's telling me. That's the model. It's not a guarantee. It's a model. We'll see how it works out. Let me know if you get any questions. I'm going to shut up, let you watch, and be sure to visit the site. And again, we haven't been doing this for 6 months, 6 years. Um, we we did the whole thing. I did the Investors Business Daily in the early 80s when it used to be delivered in the driveway. They had 200,000 subscribers. It was good for what it was at the time. Did the Vector Vest deal, did all that stuff in the 80s and 90s, and Steve Neeson's candles and all that. I understand all that, and I get all that. But that is old. That is old. Um, in the early 2000s is when I sat down with Susan and said, Susie, this is ridiculous. This is absurd. Everything we've been told is bullshit. They're all lying. It's a scam. And she's like, okay, all right. Then what do we do? I said, we got to take control over it. And I said, fortunately, the technology is now here, courtesy of the internet and high speed, which wasn't that fast. We can now take control. And we started out to do that and then develop the systems. We didn't go to TradeStation right away because, quite frankly, I was intimidated by it in the beginning. But the others just couldn't do what we wanted to do. TradeStation has empowered us to do and build these systems because of their own coding language. And that's why we went there. Stock Market Caddy was not a even a gleam in our eye. That's not what we were set out to do. Stock Market Caddy came about because we felt turned a corner, and we had time on our hands, and it was like 2011, 2012 that we did, and we put it together. And Susan said, as long as it operates on the Black Dawn, and as long as it doesn't take away from our trading, that's fine. We can take a flyer on it, and I'll let you, go ahead and do that. And I didn't know if anyone was going to subscribe, and I didn't know where it was going to go. And it has just grown and grown for us. The other thing that Stock Market Caddy has done that I didn't anticipate, did not, it's made us better. Because every time someone comes in, they come in with a different viewpoint, a different experience, and we learn from them. And so it actually makes us better. And that I didn't anticipate. And I'm humbled by it. And I got to learn to listen more. And so I'm gonna shut up, watch, listen, ask you questions, let us plug in anything you want, and thank you for stopping by. Okay, you may not have even noticed that the machine just took a small loss, knocked down a profit for the day, and you can see the plus sign in front of the NQ. So the NQ is a futures contract, and it represents the Nasdaq futures, the future price. There's no Greeks. I should really take a moment for that. It trades just like a stock, highly liquid, which is very important to us. And It's what enables us to do what we need to do, and that's what it's doing. And we're buying it and we're selling it, and we're doing it by machine, and we're trying to capture the cash flow. Although we have swing machine up, we're keeping the view. I'm not trading swing machine today. Could have been, should have been, maybe, as the case is most days, but we're doing something a little bit different up here, and so we're letting it work its way out. The amount of margin that is required in your account to trade during the day, intraday, from 9 to 4 is $1,900. It's 1,900. And after the intraday hours, it goes to 19,000, right? So now when you're trading, if you're trading stocks and you're trading them actively more than 5 times, I think in 5 days, you get tagged by the government as a pattern day trader. Bad. Oh, that's bad. Oh, you're a pattern day trader. And you have to have a minimum, and you guys must maintain a minimum of 25,000. When you're trading futures, none of that applies. It's crazy, but and so you can have an account with as little as 2,500. However, trading a mini contract using $1,900 in margin with an account that's only $2,500 is not what we would call proportionate. So you would want to start out, if you had an account that small of 2,500, you would start out trading a micro contract. Going to be less leverage and less margin and less volatile on your account. But and you can have a lot of money. I mean, you can have 250,000 to 2.5 million, and you can still be undercapitalized if you over leverage, right? So these things can be like, or leverage is a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful tool when used responsibly, mechanically, robotically. But if you sit down with the leverage, like with a big bag of Lay's potato chips, the only person you're going to fatten up is going to be, the Wall Streeters. They're going to take your bread away. So, it's kind of like, you just have, you just keep adding contracts, that sort of thing. Like I'll have one more chip, please. So you got to be disciplined. Right back to it, right? Just like in everything else in life, unfortunately, patience, discipline, education, repetitive good behavior. Stay away from the bad behavior. And we during the 3 weeks, we try to make you aware of that. And what you can, there's so many things that you can control. Can't control the market, but there are things that you can control. They're not going to tell you what those things are on CNBC. The broker at Edward Jones, any of them, they're not going to tell you that. They're not going to tell you. They could care less. And none of the Wall Streets are gonna tell you either. I had a gentleman call me, and it meant no offense, but he called me from Chicago, and he said, Don, I was a floor broker for like 20 something years. I can't do this electronic trading. I have no idea what I'm doing, and I really need some help. This was in the early days, and I had a thing about that. I today I'll probably be, more amenable to it, but in the early days I wouldn't do it. I said, because if I called you when you were a floor broker and asked you any questions about trading, would you have given me 5 minutes? I'm like, no. So why do I want to help you? I came at this with a very fresh set of eyes. I didn't know what I didn't know. And I wasn't trained by a bank. I wasn't trained by a floor broker. I wasn't trained by any of that. And I guess I was either ignorant enough or dumb enough to say, you know what, I'm going to figure this out. Through a lot of thousands of hours, tens of thousands of dollars, we made plenty of mistakes. We tell you what those mistakes were, plenty of mistakes, and set out to do this. But I came at this from a perspective of my surgical background. I spent my life with surgeons wearing a surgical mask before it was fashionable, which, by the way, is no protection at all. So, but that's another story. That's ludicrous, right? Um, we used to measure the surgeons use something, an electrosurgical device, and it creates a smoke plume and a smoke plume, and it goes right through the mask. So To think that people are running around with a mask is so ridiculous. But I digress. But the surgeons, they they're creatures of habit, and just by the nature, a surgical approach, they do the same thing, almost to the point of a superstition. They'll the instruments they use the same instruments, they lay out the same instruments, they make the same approach, they do the same cuts, they do everything virtually the same. My job, and many times, was to change one little tiny aspect of their procedure to get a better outcome. I may have to work with that surgeon for months to get them to do that. So they wouldn't be, someone comes in and says, all right, let's do it this way. I think I'll do it that way. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, you know, um, they're very disciplined. And that's where I said to Susie, what if we could do that trading, bring that kind of discipline in? And that's kind of what we're about. Here's a question. There was a short on NQ, but showing that it's been NQ all day long. Well, if you're watching this, you haven't been in serviced on this. And presumably you are watching it. So you're a couple of things. You're on delay. So we're not suggesting that you should be trying to trade this on YouTube. You're on delay, you're not in high def, and you haven't been trained on using this particular tool. In our Q school, we'll spend the first 2 to 3 days explaining how to trade this. It is not a red light, green light system. So you're seeing it speak to you, and if you're like, oh, short entry, I'm going to short that. No, that actually isn't even a confirmed short yet. So there is a technique to trading this when we're trading with the direction of the trend. And there's also a technique if you want to be counter trending. And if you don't know what the difference between a counter trend and a trend is, then that's an issue too. So that we have to cover as well. But so when you ask the question, there was a short on the NQ, but showing that it's been NQ long all day. So I think what you're referring to is, and I'll go ahead and try to mark this up a little bit. We'll go to the NQ, and you're right. So here is the NQ. Let me get a marker here. I'll box this up. No, I'll get green. So the NQ has been long on the 5-minute interval since 220. That is the dominant trend. And it's been long since 220. And what you're seeing is here, you're seeing some shorts come in on the 1-minute interval. So what that 1-minute interval is a counter trend to the 5. We actually teach everybody in the Q school in the beginning not to take the counter trends, not to take them, because they fail more frequently, their payout is smaller, and that they would be best served to go in the direction of the 5-minute, to go in the dominant trend. The other thing is, if you're watching this very intently on the 1-minute, especially on the NQ on a Monday morning, you will see it oscillating, and you may think, oh, it's not really precise. It's not really, the code is very precise. It's the market that is not necessarily always precise. On the 1-minute time frame, especially on the NQ, we can get a burst of market orders that can make the code look like it's misfiring. It isn't. It's kind of like like missing the sprocket on your bike, because the code is circular in fashion, and it is very precise. That is less likely to happen in slower markets or in larger time frames as well. So here is the 1-minute is now confirming in the direction of the 5. I don't know what's going to happen here. I'm not suggesting anybody take this trade, but this one is more likely to succeed. You know, this is, I'm just going to do this. There's some people here, a few folks that have come by that maybe, are new and don't understand this. So let me just explain something to you all, kindly. Is when you're trading, there's only four ways to trade. You can trend follow along. That's trend follow along. And let's see if we'll do it this way. And you can trend follow short. Oop, short, trend follow short. And it's critically important to understand what type of trade you're putting on. And you can counter trend. Put this back. You can counter trend long. Make that green. And you can counter trend short. And that will be red. Those are the only four ways you can trade. That's it. It's critically important to understand the difference between those trades. And it's critically important to understand when you put on a trade, what in fact you're doing. Why? When you're trend following, it is true. It is true. Let me do this. I'm going to put this here. That you make the most amount of money. And I'm going to put this under both trend following long or short. And let's just put this an asterisk. You do make the most amount of money trend following. And everyone says, well, I trend follow. And then, like, well, leads into other questions. But you do make the most amount of money. The other thing about trend following is they are infrequent. They don't happen a lot. I got to move this and put it like right here. They're infrequent. And the win-loss ratio, that win-loss ratio is usually 30 to 50%. I didn't do this very neatly, but need to understand that. And because, but we'll discuss in a moment why. When you're counter trending, they pay, but they only pay a little bit. The other thing about counter trending is they're frequent. They happen a lot. And the win-loss ratio is high, 70 to 80%. Oops. And it needs to be high. And you need to be absolutely, flawless in your execution. The reason why you have to be aware of these expectations is when you don't know what to expect from a trade, expect, just like in life, you don't know what to expect, you are going to be anxious and you are going to make mistakes. And that applies in anything. When Susie and I at one time, got certified to become, go scuba diving. They told us in the classroom, when we were there, that your ears could get plugged. They do get plugged when you go down under so much water. Your ears get plugged. Then they teach you how to unplug them. If you don't expect that and know how to do it, it's going to be a very uncomfortable experience, right? And in this, we can go on with the parallels, right? So if you don't know what to expect from something in life, I'm not talking about just trading. Once you get underway and you start experiencing different things, you're going to get really uncomfortable. You're going to get really nervous. You're going to get really anxious, and you're not going to make good decisions. And you're probably going to have a very bad outcome. And if it's a dangerous something, it could really hurt. So one of the first lessons that we go through is this very lesson, and then learning to identify these. And you need to know on every single trade. So when you look at Swing Machine, it's not possible for me as you pass through here on YouTube to give you, these lessons, in an hour. It's just not possible. But it is how Swing Machine is built. The other piece to this is, and I'll share this, everybody starts out and they anoint themselves as a trader. And they trade how? They trade with, um, let me size this down here a little bit. They become discretionary traders. They're trading what they see, what they hear, what they think. In here, discretionary. Can I fit it in here? I'll try. There it is. This is the box they started. And that's where they all start. And most traders begin and end in this box. They think it's real easy. They see, put on a trade. Yay, made some money. I made $500. Yay. Oh, I'm going to quit my job. Yay. And then they realize they lose 500 or they lose 1,000 or 2,000. And they're like, oh no, now what? Right. Now they're fraught with emotion. And then what they do is they go out and they start listening to the podcast and they listen to this guy and he's got laser eyes and he's talking about this and he's talking about that and why something's going up. And then they start trading off of what someone else is saying. Right. I'm not giving you any trades. Right. I'm just describing a process. And then that'll run its course. And then, they think he's a guru or she's a guru, and they find out they're not. It's very important to have good discretionary trading skills. There are techniques out there. I do think the Investors Business Daily is got some very good discretionary trading tools, both a fundamental and technical basis, to start out. But I think, the markets have outpaced that. We will help a person become better at this. It's important to have that skill set. But what we will do is then begin to move a person into this box that we call mechanical trading. What is mechanical trading? I don't understand. Mechanical trading is you're watching something on a screen that you understand and have been taught how to use, and you're shadowing it, something like Swing Machine, right? So, that's why, it's a little bit dangerous putting it out on the internet for you to watch and people sitting there like, red light, oh, it said to buy. Oh man, I made money. Oh, I didn't, if you're doing that in this session or any of these sessions, you're losing the point of why we're doing what we're doing. We're just trying to expose you. So we're trying to move the person from discretionary trading to mechanical trading to help reduce the emotions. We're trying to go in this direction. And then go that way. And then we get into the realm of what we call robotic trading. What's that, Don? And we'll draw another box. Oops, that's an arrow. Robotic trading. What's the difference? Well, with a robot trading, it isn't like an iRobot. It's not going to vacuum up money. But what you're seeing, and you're seeing an example of it today, for better or for worse, I don't know what the outcome is going to be. We never do. The machine is putting all the trades in and out completely on its own. Now, there's a lot of brokerages that won't allow you to do that. TradeStation does. So we're going to try to move you toward becoming more robotic, going this way. The beautiful thing is, though, when this is up or down, primarily when it's up, you can also intervene with the robot. So you can do both. You can go back and forth. Then the last box is where presumably you would spend the rest of your life in, is in the realm of what hedge funds do. And that is robotic hedging. Robotic hedging. And what are we doing there? Well, the robot is deciding to go in and out, buy and sell, sell and buy. And then, but he may be doing it on multiple markets, multiple time frames, opposing markets. Like what happens, what would have happened, and we have a program to do this, if you had taken the 2:30 a.m. 5-minute signal long and then had the machine take all the 1 minute short on 4 or 5 of the micro NQs. You would have been hedging yourself all day. And why do you hedge? Why do hedge funds hedge? They try to smooth out their account volatility. And when you're doing this, of course, you can go both ways. That should have been blue, but you can go both ways. That's what we're trying to do. But the thing of it is, you can't jump the shark. You can't join us for the monthly and expect to do this. We can't. You know, the monthly is the monthly. You get to see the algorithms at night and you impart or filter those tools with the experience that you have or don't have. But during the Q school, we do for 3+ weeks. And we're going to expose this process to you, but you can't jump the shark. You can't start robotic trading if you don't have any discretionary trading or any mechanical trading, and you certainly can't do that. So I don't want to, that's why we flow chart this so that you don't think that, oh, I'm going to subscribe to this guy and he's going to send me these programs and I'm just going to automatically plug him in and I don't need to know shit from Shinola about trends and counter trends and liquidity and it's just going to make me money. That would not be a good assumption. We're just going to get you started. And then it's learn to trade your game. Then you're going to apply it and you can blow us away. And, you know, but we're going to do our level best to get you there. I hope that makes sense. But we're doing something here that that nobody else is doing. None. So I'm going to erase this and we come back to swing machine. If your focus is all I want to do is I just want to watch this, and when that thing goes long, I want to, you know, we're doing much more than that, right? And again, we're trading as a business. I wish certain businesses were simple. I mean, when I went to work in the career that I did, you know, here I was teaching surgeons how to work with some of the most advanced surgical instrumentation, and I had no biology. I literally I was a poli-sci major. I had no biology classes. The companies, I don't know how, maybe they wouldn't do it today, but they saw something in me and I had very good grades but they taught me. So literally I almost had to go through like the equivalent of a med school. Um, but I had to learn. I just, a surgeon, a surgeon was going to take just anybody into the surgical suite with him. Um, I and yet I wasn't a surgeon. They won't take you in. They won't give you their home phone numbers. Um, you had to be an asset, but I had to learn, and it takes time. And presumably you all are in different professions, and we got all kinds of different professions, and we got salespeople, we got CEOs, CFOs, software engineers, firemen, policemen, um, you know, um, all kinds of backgrounds. And those backgrounds, presumably, you had to learn, you had to do an apprenticeship and had to learn how to do it. And there is a skill set here. So I can't come in and tell you like, oh, okay, in 5 minutes, you just gotta, that's why this is not for sale, right? Swing machine, we get asked all the time. I just want to buy it. It's not for sale. You're gonna get it. You can get it on your desktop, but you're gonna get all 70 other programs, and you must get the education on how to use them. And I've been told many times, Don, you would have a lot more customers, a lot more members, a lot more, revenues and all of this if you would just, sell everything individually. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. Nope. You're gonna get everything we have, everything, and the best education I can give you and insights so that you can make the adjustments and run with it. And then as we develop new systems, we're going to make that available to you. And I just want to make it all available to you all at one shot. And but you do have to go through the Q school once to make sure that that you understand. At the end of the Q school, then you get to decide, what, I learned a lot, but I don't think I want to do this, or maybe I do want to do this. Make sense? I hope so. All right, so I'm happy to plug anything in. We can take a look. So we can do this not just on stocks, I mean on futures, but we can also do this on stocks, right? So the blue is the exact same swing machine on the S&P 500. And we can sort this, and here are some of the newest signals or the percentage return. And I'm going to show you all. So pay attention to this column. This is the number one stock, NRG, energy company. Everyone's talking about NVIDIA, but 230 days ago, if you had gone in long at 34, you'd be up 129%. I don't even know if they even mentioned that stock, but that's our number one stock. And you'd be up 129% non-leveraged, just between the signal and the current price. 230 days ago. GE is holding the number 2 position. The label row is taking up a number. So, and the money is based on the amount of money that we plug in, right? So this isn't leverage. So this is based on a $10,000 investment. But here's the percentage return. Here's the signal. It's going to be long and short. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to scroll down, and you're going to see some shorts in here. So here's Intel short 37 days ago. If an aggressive trader went short, you would be up 27%. If you just sold your long position, you saved yourself a 27% drawdown. Long and short, but pay attention. It's all green. How many stocks of the S&P 500 is swing machine up? So let's just scroll down and I'll show you. Green, green, green. We're watching that percent return. Green, green, green. It's still all green, 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 green. The yellow ones are flat. So out of 500 stocks, we're and the market's been transitioning, a little bit. So we're a little bit off our number. Usually we're in the 400s, but 375 are profitable. The yellow ones mean that we're flat. And then, yes, we will have some drawdowns. And let's see, I lost my thing over here, but we'll do it this way. We'll scroll down. And then we do have drawdowns. But you can see that they're relatively small. What's the worst one? The worst one is, let's get on down there, 7.91% as an example. So we can use swing machine We can use this for stocks. And then we can, you have it on your desktop. You can put it on an hourly signal and begin to use it to trade options if you know how to trade options. If you don't know how to trade options, we're going to review that too and how we trade options here during the Q School. And we have radars that will not only give you the best stocks to trade for options, but they'll actually make the mathematical computations necessary to tell you whether you should be buying a call or whether you should be buying a put credit spread. And it's all math. Options is all math. We would want you to look at the math first before even looking at a chart. If you're looking at a chart first with options, you're probably going to lose. It's all math. Options, they're more complicated than futures because you've got to get the price right, you got to get the timing right, and you got to get the implied volatility right, and that's all math and statistics. Just is, and they're very, very good, and we do use them, but no, we don't try to trade them intraday for us because they're not as liquid as futures. So we'd rather trade futures intraday. Then as we go out 2, 3 days, 2, 3 weeks, our sweet spot is 35 to 45 days. We will trade options. If we're going to invest in a market, Susan and I, that we're going to start accumulating shares in something with really probably a 5-year time horizon. And there's very little that we're prepared to invest in right here, right now. I hope that helps. You want us to plug anything into Swing Machine, though? Happy to do it. So you just let us know. All right, I've rambled on, covered a lot of ground there in a short period of time. We've been doing this a while, and you're not going to learn this at Yale or at Princeton at those schools. Maybe at MIT. Those bastards are, I'd love to be sitting in one of their behavioral economic classes. Those people are the ones, gaming it for sure. They're the ones. And it isn't on anything you're seeing in the financial media. That's crap. The guy who founded a Business Insider, he was what is his name? God, I can't think of his name. But he was like the Kramer, even Kramer was around during the .com, and then Merrill hired him, and I can't think of his name, but and now he's moved into Business Insider. There were books about him and everything else. He was a total scammer, and they just remake themselves. It's always about trying to accumulate your assets. We're not managing your money. We're not giving you specific trades. We're just giving you a glimpse and giving you the tools that we use, and for you to have a shot at beating them at their own game. And it can be done. May not be for everybody, but it most certainly can be done. Because I used to ask myself the same question that maybe you've asked yourself. And the broker dealers and everything would have all these little trite marketing phrases, that, well, if you miss the best 10 days, you miss the best thing, and nobody can time the market. And you can't be selling. And I used to ask myself, just logically, if I'm not supposed to sell the market, then who the hell is selling every day and why? Why? They didn't get to build those big buildings in Chicago and New York by accident. And they didn't get to build those big buildings by just buying and holding and sitting on it. Even Warren Buffett sells, but he sells derivatives on his positions. He may not sell the core position, but he sells derivatives all the time. Now, similar to last night, we have to have an off switch on YouTube. They only let us on even for so long. So I'm going to give everyone a chance. I don't know what the outcome is. We're not doing this for an outcome. We're going to be fine for the week. But come noon, 1 hour, YouTube will have to sign off. So and it may happen abruptly. So again, it's your opportunity to ask questions. I'm happy to. Um, and I'm not going to, talk for an hour. But at noon, for better or for worse, it will need to we'll need to sign off and and get all of our computers focused on where they need to be. So um, we hope you have a great week. We want to say thank you for stopping by, and if you look at our membership and you think about it, what we're really trying to do, we really do slow the process down. Um, and we're trying to give everyone an opportunity to say, yeah, no, I don't want to, this isn't something I want to do. And because we're not saying that it should be for everybody, probably not. I was told, I remember years ago, some kid who had been a broker or something said something that the market loves uncertainty. Couldn't be further from the truth. Maybe the market does, maybe the sheep do. We thrive on uncertainty, absolutely thrive on it. It's called volatility. And that's um, you'll learn if you can learn in life to embrace the uncertainty of it all. It's in our view called being alive. You know, by the way, for our members, I just want everyone to know we're running 3 line break, 1000 tick, and we're running mod K. And the setting is 20 and 0.75. That's what we're running. Now, I wouldn't be trying on YouTube to, you're seeing these things light up and you see long entry. That's not even a confirmed long entry, right? So, I wouldn't be trying to, place trades off of this. I would just sit back, relax, watch, see, see what you see and explore the website. This is just to create awareness. We're not trying to come on here and say that if you follow this and stop putting trades on YouTube, that you're going to get, a good outcome. I don't think that would be a good idea at all. You're not trained on how to use it. Um, you're on delay. And it's not why we're doing what we're doing. We're doing it to create awareness, to show you how we approach our trading. We're not trying to prove an outcome at all. Um, Last week, we did something rather unique for us and different, but we started with a balance of 25,000 and we took the account to about 45,000. Then we traded a little bit more leverage. Ordinarily, what we're trying to do, starting with a beginning balance, we'd like to take our account from 25,000 to 30. Um, without and trying to do it as early in the week as possible and then shutting down and doing it again next week. That is our our comfortable realm. Is it possible that we take it from 25 to 20? It's possible. Um, and But we also have the confidence that we can come in, use other tools to balance the account out and to get, to adjust to what the market might be doing on a given day or a given week. So but we do keep swing machine kind of ever present. This is a swing machine view, ever present of what we're doing. But we have other tools that we're watching and monitoring. And this trade that's up here and what you're seeing going on down here, that is a trading robot that is executing the trades. I have not intervened in any of them, and it's just doing its thing. Have any questions, let me know. You want us to, if you have a stock or a market or, and you want us to plug it in or you want us to show you virtually real time, we're happy to do that, right? We love to show the baby. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Um, Hi, sir. I sent you a message on the site and nothing happened. Can you talk with me? Yeah, I can talk with you. Let me look and see, because we save all those. Let me um, look here at some of the more recent questions, because we saved them all. Um, we try to respond to everybody. Let's see here. Yeah. Um, Bear with me. Okay. So this is for Ria D99. Ria, the note that we got from you, I'm going to maintain your privacy, and said, "Hey, Don Rajat, this side from India. I have on and off trading experience of nearly 2 years in the Forex market. Would call myself an advanced beginner trader." Okay, well, that's good. That's good. The last person that just went through our Q school was from Canada and also was a Forex trader. And I'm happy to say is now an annual member. I came across one of your assisted robotic trading videos on YouTube a month back when I was keenly interested in algorithmic trading. I researched the area and wanted to get a hands-on learning experience in it. I want to discuss learning robotic and algorithmic trading. Hope you can help me with the same. Um, I'm happy to speak with you. You're from India, so it could be costly to make a phone call. I don't know. So feel free to ask me any questions you want in the chat. Feel free to ask any questions, still on email. But um, if you're interested in stock market caddy in the Q school, one of the things that you're going to want to find out, and I don't know what is available in India, is TradeStation available to you in India? Is it? I would think so, but I don't know. And if you sign up, if a person signs up as a monthly member, every person gets what we call a 1-day hall pass. And what I'll do is give you a private Zoom link. We'll connect early one morning. We'll schedule it. We'll give you about a 1 hour complete tour and then let you hang out the rest of the day. And then of course you get all the videos, the nightly videos for that month. And I think that's pretty good value. So otherwise I'll try to answer any other question you have. But if you want to join as a monthly member, you get a 1-day hall pass, you get a full complete tour. Short of that, if you wanted to connect on Zoom, you'll have to let me know. We'd have to schedule it. It'll probably have to be a Saturday morning. Sound okay? I hope so. So the strategy is suffering a drawdown, which means some losses. We're fine. We're very we'd rather not be, but it's the strategy tells us that we should be more than capable of making that back and then some. It's early in the day, early in the week still, and so we're gonna stay with it. But I also have I'm very confident in our own mechanical trading skills. And if I have to suspend the strategy, I will. I'm not about to now, and then take over the controls of the plane, so to speak, and fly us back into a more healthy position for the account. But right now, I'm just going to leave it alone, right? So, but there are times when, a strategy is, maybe not performing in line with the model, and we'll suspend it and, give the market a chance to do what it's going to do, and then we'll regroup. Any other specific questions, Ria? I'm happy to try to answer for you for the benefit of everybody. And again, we have two levels of membership, a monthly and an annual. The monthly It's $100 a month. You get some orientation videos. You get to see, um, beautiful. We'd love to have you subscribe. If you subscribe for the monthly, you get a welcoming video. You get a nightly video every night on our algos, and I'll give you a 1-day hall pass. We'll schedule a day. I'll connect with you in the morning. We'll give you a full tour on live Zoom and then let you hang out the rest of the day. If you're interested in the annual membership, one of the things that you're going to want to find out, depending on what part of the world you're in, do you have access to TradeStation? Because our programs will only work on TradeStation. So you'd want to get that figured out. Then nobody can sign up as an annual until you go through the Q School once. It's an orientation program. At the end of that Q School, if you still want to become an annual member, we'll credit you back 30% of that cost. And so we're basically trying to slow the process down, giving you, ample opportunity to, to see what we're about, and at the same time give you a very good, sound trading education on what we're doing. Anyways. Ria, I don't understand. You say I want to subscribe to you. I want to subscribe. Please, I want the automatic software program if you can. Um, that's not a question, right? Those are declarative statements of what you want and what you want to do. So if you want to subscribe, you can subscribe. If you want the programs, you can get them. So you're welcome. You just, you're making declarative statements and expecting me to answer a declarative statement. It's not formed in a question. So, you know, visit the site and join. And is that in TradeStation the work? I don't know what that question means. I don't. So you're gonna have to. So again, if you want to join as a monthly, you're welcome to it. Just explain to you what that entitles you to. And if you want to become an annual member, you would have to sign up first for the Q School. You might best sign up for the monthly first and get the orientation, get a 1 day hall pass to see what we're all about. But before you get too excited or too far down the road, you better find out or need to find out, is TradeStation available to you in India? And I just don't know. I don't know what is available. The model and version that we have of TradeStation here in the States is TradeStation. Um, I don't know if they call it model number, but 10.0, 10.0, and I think we're on 1200 updates or 1200 122 update. So, okay. Um, Other than that, if there's any other specific question, I'm happy to answer. We got ourselves another long. The market's still hanging in here, right? Since let's just come back and look. And so, you've seen oscillations, you've seen some counter trades, but the long trade is still here. It's still here. And let's just mark this up. Now, what is a little concerning here, notice the VIX. The VIX is also long at 1120. So this one is going to gives me some concern. It's going to give our members some concern about whether or not this trade is going to last much longer. I'm thinking not, but this one went off at 2:15 a.m. This one went off. This 5 minute went off at 2:20. But if you're making decisions, whether you're watching Swing Machine or you're doing whatever it is you're doing, and all you're doing is making the decisions off the money. Wow, I just made some money. Okay, get another trade on. Oh, get it off. Oh, get it on. Oh, I made some money. I made some money. Let me know how that works out. It just isn't, it's not what we're doing, right? You have to learn to, slow your breathing down, slow your trading down. And by getting mechanical, first you got to get mechanical. So, Ria, you talk about, you want the automatic program. I appreciate the fact that you've been trading, Forex for a couple of years, but do you have mechanical trading skill? And you have to get that first. We can write you all the programs in the world. And by the way, our members, annual members, if they have a need or a request, they want us to program something, we will do that for them as long as it's within our skill set. And they just got to tell us in English and in a format what it is they're trying to do, and we'll program it. And we don't charge for that, right? We'll they know that. So any case. But if this market and you can see the Dow, and I don't see the Dow as any kind of indicator at all. But the Dow is not sure what's weighing on it, but is down a little bit. But this little VIX being long is we think problematic. This market could turn down later today, and if it does, we're going to see it, and our program is going to get it too. So we're getting close to the noon hour. We'll go a little bit longer to facilitate any questions you have. We invite you to visit the site. We've been doing this a long time, right? I know we only have a couple of thousand folks. Our YouTube channel, though, we've gone from 500 views a month now to close to 8 to 9,000 a month. So it's really grown um, on YouTube, and that's a beautiful thing. Um, and we're happy to, to answer your questions. But we've been doing this, since Stock Market Caddy has been around since 2011, 2012. Susan and I have been algorithmically trading, actively trading since the really 2001, 2002. But I've been involved in the markets all the time since right out of college, right? So we've been doing this a long time. Well, we'll love to see you, Ria. Let me ask you, Ria, is TradeStation available in India? This past weekend, we've been it's getting warm now in Tampa, and I just tell you, we have a golden retriever, Ted. He's about 4 years old, loves the pool, dives in the pool, jumps in the pool, absolutely loves the pool. And then we have a new golden. She's only 7 months. Her name is Abby. She's a little. I think she's smarter. Don't tell Ted, but I think she's smarter than Ted. But she's very tentative. So we started out just. I didn't want to pull her into the pool. Ted just jumped in. I mean, from the beginning, he just jumped in and learned how to swim. She wasn't about to do that. So we watched some videos and some instruction on how to do this. And so we had a leash and we would just try to coax her to the edge of the pool. She didn't even want to get near it. So we did that one day. And then we got a little bit closer, a little bit closer. She wasn't about to put her foot in. And then ultimately, I did have to kind of yank her in when she was really close. But and then I held her close to my chest until she relaxed her feet. But slowly but surely, she warmed up to the idea. We showed her how to get out of the pool. And what's funny though was on the last time we did this, we're going to be doing it every day, so she can be comfortable because it is hot here during the summer. Um, it's funny. She'll come right to the edge of the pool. I've got to be in the pool, and I have to grab the leash, not to pull her in, but just to have like the leash will be in the pool and she won't come in unless I put my hand on the leash. And as soon as I put my hand on the leash, I'm not pulling it, it's totally slack. She jumps in, but she doesn't jump towards her toy. She jumps toward me, not Susan. So I have to get out of the way and then she'll swim to her toy and swim on out. Um, it is but it's hysterical. It's kind of like I'm like, Susan, I'm not pulling on her leash. It's totally slack. Then she'll run back. The leash will fall in the pool. She won't come in. I pick up the leash without pulling, and then she just jumps in. It's the craziest damn thing. Um, yes, I have 7 years in just ES. Okay, well that's wonderful, Ria. Ken, I'm not sure. Do you have trade station in India? I still don't know yet, right? So, if we're going to do the Q school, we need to. But do you know the question that you have to answer for you, if you have any desires to work with us in terms of getting these tools on your desktop? Do you have TradeStation available to you? And do you have the same model that we have in the States? That is the question I would want to know. Is available in India? Oh, okay. Well, that's good. TradeStation is available in India as from April of 2024. Well, that's something new. Then that's new. Is it, oh, that's someone else saying that. Thank you. Well, that's great. Is it model number 10? And is it a standalone trace station, or do you have to go through Interactive or someone else? Again, we have no affiliation with trace station. It's just that that's the product that we use. It's fantastic. That would be good. That would be great. Chris, are you from India too? Okay, great. Thanks, Chris. Chris is actually from Belgium, and I don't know, I know, where we do have members that have, outside the, I say Germany, Hungary, Israel, um, but you'd want to find out. Thank you. Now, just mention, there's so many things that we can do, right, with this machinery these days, right? Um, you maybe focus on one interval. We can actually get the machine, of course, to put the trades in on these individual intervals. We can also get the machine to trade the 1 minute in the direction of the five. We can do multiple time frames. We can do multiple markets. Um, you're only limited to the extent of your imagination, and then we can back test to try to get a model or an idea to see, if we're performing up to par, up to the model. Right now, the strategy that we're running in that upper left-hand corner is not performing in line with the model, but it's only been a few hours, so it's a very small sample set. I got to make sure that it doesn't get out of hand, but if it, and it should kick in. So you just got to be patient and let it play out. We can also change. You don't have to use a 1 minute level, right? You can change this to a tick level, any number of ticks. You could do 500 ticks or 1,000 ticks. That would be um, transactions to the number of transactions. So there's a lot of different things, and we have a lot of different algorithms. So when folks say, I want your algo, it isn't like it's one. There's over, there's dozens of them. And as a member, they will reside on your desktop, on your TradeStation desktop, and then you get to decide what markets you want to trade, what intervals you want to trade, how much leverage you want to trade, what hours do you want to trade, how fast do you want it to trade, how slow do you want it to trade. One of the things is that new traders and I know where this is born from. They have a mindset that they need to trade really, really fast, because if they trade really, really fast, they can eliminate the risk. You can't. You cannot eliminate the risk. There's no cornering the market. There isn't. Now, we can get in and get out what we need, but we're not cornering the market, and I'm not suggesting anybody can. Now, if you're Citadel and you're in Chicago and you're getting the order flow from all the other brokerages around the world, then I suppose you can corner the market, and you got laser equipped computers and all of that. But that isn't what we're doing, right? I'm not giving anyone the impression of that. In fact, you would probably you will do better, and most of our members will find this out over time if they're reticent to do it in the beginning, that sometimes the slower you trade, the fewer times you trade, probably the better you're going to do. It's a little opposite of what you may think, but I understand where it's born from. There's no cornering it though. And so any questions, you let us know. And the moment, this is, typical Monday action. Let's see if we can finish on a good note here. But any other questions, let us know. I'll be monitoring the little chat, and then I do gotta um, get focused. And we may, if YouTube ends to, by the way, abruptly, it isn't always me. It's YouTube just limiting us. I'm sorry, the image that you're seeing on YouTube, you want to get it in the highest definition you can, but which I think like 750 or something. We use Zoom for our members. They have everything on their desktop, but our annual members can still patch in, and Zoom is instantaneous and it's high def. So they have a beautiful, beautiful image if they want to. But again, they have everything on their desktop. So there's really, you know, it's up to them when and if they want to, patch in. And you can see the selling coming in. You can see Swing Machine picking it up. And the strategy has had a $1,500 drawdown. Not something we enjoy, but it is what it is, and more than capable of cleaning that up and then some, obviously. And we're gonna just let it run. Any questions? Just let us know. Again, we're not suggesting any taking these trades, no matter where you are, UAE, India, wherever. Um, and you're all welcome though to join as a monthly member. You'll get a free tour, a 1 day hall pass, and an opportunity to ask more detailed personal questions of who we are and what we're about. We're going to try to stay up here a little bit, probably on this trade, see if we can clean it up. And but it could end abruptly. I'm not being rude. That could be YouTube. So just know that. And any questions, let us know. Be sure to visit the site. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. This is for members. We are running SMC. I had to think for a minute. Mod K. We're running the NQ on a 3-line break set at 1,000 tick. 3-line break, 1,000 tick. We're running Mod K set at 20 and 0.75. Kind of choppy here for first part of Monday. We're going to stay with it and see how we do. If we make any changes, we'll let you know. Hope everyone had a good weekend. Okay, so we're going to speed up the program a little bit, keeping the same settings, but we're going to drop the three-line break down to 500 tick and see if we can speed this up and dig our way out of here. See how we do. Okay, it was very tempting. Sorry about that. It was very tempting to put that trade on myself. I chose not to. We let the machine take it. So it's going to be a little bit quicker here, and we'll let the machine handle it from here. See if we can dig out of this little drawdown we're having. Those of you that are watching on YouTube, I don't know what your expectations are or are not. Always happy to chat with anyone. And you have to be patient, have to be disciplined. You cannot trade without losing trades. You cannot trade without drawdowns. And we're just doing these YouTube sessions to show you what's possible, how we approach it. We're not promising an outcome, either demonstrating. And we're not really thinking, we're hoping that you're not trying to mimic and just try to pick off trades to pick off trades. That isn't why we do the YouTube, is really just to create some awareness. Again, we can see the VIX suddenly on the 5 minute starting to trend up. So this could be the start of a little sell-off. And if it is, the machine will be on it. And you can see on Swing Machine, you can literally see it's a little bit of a wave of selling coming in, just kind of coming in gradually. These are trailing stops off of other machinery, and it may materialize into a downturn. But the 5-minute longs have been in place since 2:15, 2:20 this early this morning, and probably in preparation for Mutual Fund Monday as they stuff all this crap into the retirement accounts of Americans. And then we may see them pull the plug here a little bit. Let's see what happens. They're not stuffing it in my account. I can promise you that. The machine is still running this. The markets look they look tired. They've had a hell of a run here since 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, and they're just kind of hanging up here. Can they go higher? They can, and they don't want to take them down yet, but we'll see. We'll just hang out with them here. There's plenty of time. We got plenty of trading this week to more than recover. There's no rush here. This particular strategy is going to needs time. It needs, hours. If you don't have that kind of time, we have other programs that can trade in less than an hour and extract what it can, and you can call it a day. So it's up to you, but we're taking kind of a slow approach here, and we've adjusted the speed of this a little bit just because the market is so slow, but that can change in a hurry. She just took another small order and went long. So we're suffering a little bit of a draw. Hello, um, book book maper. Um, Ask a question: is this swing trading or intraday only? You pick the interval. We can You can use this on a daily basis, hourly basis, and you can actually even set. And TradeStation is the only company that has radar screen. Nobody else has it. Ninja Traded doesn't have it. I think Ninja is made up of a bunch of former TradeStation folks, um, but our programs will only work on TradeStation. And but we can, you can actually set these intervals to a tick count, meaning number of transactions. And I won't show it now, but I'll give you a glimpse. You can use this on a let me just bring this back up here. We had this scrolled up. Let me just show you. Oops. On a daily basis, not unusual at all for us. I think at last count, we're out of 500 stocks, we're profitable in about 400. And so you can see the hundreds going up here and our percent return from the signal. This is a daily signal. But we have a lot of members, ourselves included, that like to trade options. And we'll use daily signals, but we'll also refine it and drop it down to an hourly signal. If you have any stocks or markets that you want us to punch into radar screen, in particular the Swing Machine Plus, I'm happy to do that. And so we could give it an acid test right here, right now for you. Happy to do it. This is not, I just want you to know, Swing Machine Plus is not the only algo that we have. We have dozens of them. We have a daily timing model, and it's very unique. It takes in the data stream of the indices, namely the S&P, but all four, the VIX and the yield on treasuries, and makes decisions to buy and sell. And it's been long this market since April 22nd. It's really, really good. It's really good. And so we have a whole host of things. It just depends upon, what you're trading, what you're trying to achieve. Now, we love to trade futures intraday. Today's been a sleepy, boring day here. It's been up since 2:15, 2:20 this morning, and they're not letting it out. And our little program. Now, we're not trading Swing Machine today. We have a little program that we're running up here, and it has suffered a dry down, but in the scheme of things for us, we got all week. It's no big deal. And we've already made a little adjustment on the program, but we got plenty of time. Plenty of time. We like to start the week early, start the day early, and do what we have to do. We draw a distinction between discretionary trading, mechanical trading, robotic trading, and robotic hedging. So, but if you want us to plug anything in, book mapper, let us know. Swing Machine does not use moving averages. It does not use MACDs, which are just basically moving averages. And it does not use stochastics or RSI or any of the traditional indicators. It's very unique. It's fractal and can be used on multiple time frames. It isn't most of the traders these days use Ninja, any plan for Ninja-based trading. Yeah, I don't know what most people are doing, and that's fine. But we use TradeStation again. We have a lot of members that have Ninja, and actually have both. And we have multiple platforms, but our tools will only work on TradeStation. And and as I said, there's a lot of things that TradeStation has that a lot of the other firms don't, including this radar screen, which is extremely powerful because, see, we can do other things. Let me just show you. You couldn't do this with Ninja. Um, Let me just give you an example of some of the other tools that we have. Let me just bring this into view. This is another radar. And let me just try to expand it here. We've got some writing on the screen here, but this is SMC options defined risk club selector. So we can patch in all S&P 500 or NASDAQ stocks, and this is going to tell us like you take it, it'll sort them for us. Not all stocks, right? And we only on certain ones. It'll tell us if we should be buying a call. So AME, a call, CVS, a call, Expedia, a call debit spread, call debit spreads, or iron condors. On the dark side of the market, it'll tell us sell a call credit spread, sell a call credit, buy a put debit spread, buy a put debit spread. This is all done with the math behind options. It's very, very sound. And we're not able to do this with anybody else or Ninja or and I'm not talking poorly of Ninja. I know they're a good platform. There are other good platforms, Thinkorswim now with Schlub, but and in fact, like I say, some of those platforms we have, but we'll take the bulk of our trading is done here, um, and/or we'll take the signals from here and place them in other accounts. But just as an example here, and let me just show you. We also have something called the brick size calculator. If you are trading any of the futures and you want to be mimicking intraday, daily swing, or an investor size, and you want to know the recommended brick or box size, it's going to tell you. And a lot of people make mistakes on sizing the bricks and boxes too small, and this helps us stay consistent. You look at the intraday. Um, Here is a 60-minute view on ES, 46 hours ago, 46 hours ago, 65 hours ago, and the VIX went short when 65 hours ago. That was the move back on the 1st and 2nd, as an example. But these radars, now we use other tools as well, and we certainly use charts, and but these radars are very, very powerful and help us maximize our time and hopefully maximize our capital. Swing machine is very much measuring trend. Again, it's not using moving averages. It's not using any of the traditional. It is a pretty sophisticated algo. We've been using it for about 15 to 20 years. Susan wrote the math behind it. It has about 600 lines of code, and that's what it is doing. You can trade it, but as you get really good with it, you can trade it in a counter trending. We can trade it in trend, counter trend. We can trade multiple time frames. We can trade multiple markets. Turn it in essence. Well, we have a program called Swing Machine Cubed, and so you can trade multiple markets. However, we also have other programs. And if you really stop and think about the price action of any market, price is moving up and down, not side to side. It's time that is moving side to side. So we do keep an ever constant watch on Swing Machine because it tells us what the public is thinking and seeing and doing. But we also like to use other style of charts, point and figure, Rinko, both classic and custom, line break. In fact, the program is running a line break strategy today. It's struggling a little bit, but that's what we're doing. And we'll also use range bars as well. So just to show you as an example, if we came in here to the Nasdaq, let's just go to the NQ. If we wanted to change that, if you said, "Hey, I want to trade on a 60-minute," you can change that to a 60-minute. The 60-minute went long 47 hours ago at 3 p.m. on the 2nd. If you had a mini in there, yeah, you're up 9 grand. If you had a micro in there, you're up 900. If you had 10 minis, you're up 90 grand. If you put on an option, you're pretty happy. So you can change that equally. Maybe you don't, maybe, you subscribe, as many of our members do, that time is rather subjective. So we can come in here to the NQ, change it to tick, and it's a popular interval, we'll say 800 ticks, which is transactions. So at a tick level, NQ went long 800 ticks ago, and it'd be up. Now, this percent return is calculating the difference between the entry price and the current price, but not the actual return, because the actual return is going to be much greater because it's leveraged, right? So that could be a little. We're going to put this back to a 5-minute though. But there we go. When you when you couple the swing machine with advanced bar types, it can become very, very, powerful, right? Which we do, right? We can only show you so much here in one screen, but we will do that routinely. And you can see on the 5-minute, even though we're trading intraday, you can get a day like today, and not unusual for a Monday, where, and we'll just highlight this, the 5-minute ES went long at 2:15 this morning. And it's been long all day, 143 5-minute segments. And the NQ went long at what time? 2:20. The Russell went long at what time? 9:35. And the Dow had been short. It went long at 125, as an example. Oil has been pretty flat. Gold had been, but it's oscillated a little bit, but kind of flattened out. Bitcoin, this is a huge contract. It's 5 Bitcoins, but it has done pretty well. Now, one of the things, that I'm reminded too, and I don't know, I don't have a Ninja account, but I don't think Ninja allows you to automate your trading. So here at TradeStation, I say here at TradeStation, I don't work for TradeStation. I don't have any relationship with TradeStation. I'm just a very happy, satisfied customer. But we can automate, right? So these trades are going in and out. I don't have carpal tunnel on my hand from squeezing a mouse. So it's a huge advantage for us. I'm not sure that any of the other, I'm not even going to comment what they have or don't have, but I do know what TradeStation offers, and it's a phenomenal product, absolutely phenomenal. Um, just to keep up with it is. But I'm coming from a background where I spent 25 years of my life with surgeons, which are pretty demanding people, and demand quite a bit of the products that we would be bringing into a surgical suite. And so when I say TraceStation offers surgical precision, that's my frame of reference. Yeah, I stand corrected on that. I was thinking think or swim. It does appear that Ninja does offer automation. I don't think Ninja, well, I know Ninja does not offer the radar screen, which I think is a huge weakness. Also, TradeStation, I'll speak what TradeStation does offer it as well, is the walk forward optimizer that they spent millions for, which is I think also proprietary to them is very good. But I'm not speaking poorly of anybody. Just I just think that if you're looking for a platform that is fully customizable, been around, extremely robust, extremely, I'm gonna vote every time, and we do, without trading each and every day with TradeStation. But I think it was the other thing. Maybe even think a swim provides automation now. I don't think so, but maybe they do. But whatever. Whatever floats one's boat. As long as you're getting it done with whatever it is you're doing, keep doing it. If you're not, then you're welcome to check us out. And again, I don't have any affiliation with them. It's just that if you want to use our tools, they're only going to work on TradeStation. Now, very tempting to take this short here, but we're going to let the machine handle it, and we'll see if this materializes into any kind of a pullback. You can begin to see the most sensitive time, of course, is the 1 minute level. And what you'll see it in here. These are little trailing stops that are ticking off. And the markets are commoditized, so you'll see them on all the markets, and you'll see the 1 minute starting to trail out. And then if the 1 minutes actually roll over and get short, then they can put pressure on the five. But so we like to have visibility on swing machine, but again, that isn't what we're trading right here, right now. We're gonna let this program run its course and see how we do. So let's just take a quick look at what's happening here. We look at this was 148 5-minute segments ago at 2:15 in the morning. It's still long, even though it's a 5 minute, it's been long all day. 1800, 147 5 minutes. So somebody was buying at 2:15, 2:20 in the morning, and they're still there. 2,800. This one came in at 9:35. This one came in at 125 on the 5 minute. The 1 minute was 66 minutes ago, 67 minutes ago, 45 minutes ago, 117 in the direction of the 5. So if you want to do scalping, that's one of the things that we teach is to take the 1 minute in the direction of the 5 and go right ahead and take it. The other nice thing about Swing Machine is it can help you get in, it can help you get out, but it can also keep you in and it can also keep you out. They're really, if you're watching Swing Machine, our members, if they're trading it and at a 5 minute level, they wouldn't have been shorting at all today. Now, they may not have taken any buys. Maybe it was early and they didn't, but they just haven't had a sell signal here yet. We're running a specific trading robot that we want to see what it can do. And it hasn't set the world on fire, but then again, we're still well within, our parameters. So early in the week, we'll remove those little stars. And again, if there are any questions, you let us know. We'll let you watch.